insisted. 2202 is the room that we rented. Yeah, moaning to my ear. Take advantage that nobody's here. Inside you, I really wanna feel. Come a little closer, let me come a little closer, let me come a little closer, let me see. I start to see the end that you reach. She's the only one that I can teach. Take those panties off, give them the, take those panties off, give them the, I'm not easy, you do this to me, babe. I can't get over when you hold me closer. Tease me like you're supposed to. If I fuck you, I hope that time moves slow, so I won't fold and I can make you scream for more. Rip those panties to the floor, I'll be stuck in on my for sure. I'll stick in on my for certain. Say it isn't so, I mix the coke up with the bourbon. Got you in the scope, you got me hot the way you flirting. If I hit
their lives are a lot harder. Wakanda has the tools to liberate them all.
letting me vent. Get low for a week, but I can pop out on the strip. Camp out, new body bags gon' make it intense. Spell my name with the ED, I was past tense. So down back, the way the gravity was infinite. Fighting for my peace, every increment. Flow got a swing that moved your body like a pendulum. Wrote so many bars, forgot I was innocent. A twin ain't really been this high since September 10th. Let me rock, I've been grip. When shit's dark, getting this dark goblin dip. Always knew that I could lead the wind chip. First so perfect, it might be without.
Tell these little niggas that they time se acabado. It's a rap, I crush them and smoke them like pronto. Here you go, take this flow, te lo regalo. When it comes to this, I got plenty more ready. War, deadly heavy scripts for these niggas trying to play God like Jim Carrey. Fuck your party, I ain't celebrating shit. $200 bills is my confetti, and we all rich. I don't give a fuck who you with or who you get. Be careful over here, esto se pone peligroso quick. The flow flip like Rey Mysterio, luchando on the beat. Niggas jeans, fabric soft, everything ain't what it seems. Flex is just a mask for the spirit underneath, you see. You might be popular, but you're not this, you see. Everything told me no, but I kept hearing see. Now they screaming that's the coast like they been lost at sea for weeks. Walked on water while they wine, living out the prophecy. I'm a frequency, no importa el idioma that I speak. Past niggas, I only see them looking back like memories. In case y'all forgot, I'ma make sure y'all never do. Them boys cook, I made some gocho out they crew. Hit the stool, killing rappers just for sport. Watch me put a hole in two. I don't like fidgety niggas cause I'm really making moves. Bent spoons on the moon, every crater was the proof. Muchacho.
Spin cycle, boy, you niggas washed.
Bitch, your jeans look fabric soft.
It's the coast, we a different car. Just bought the laundromat to throw you niggas
You want
off.
change?
For most of this campaign, we always knew our climb would be steep.
You want change?
Not only for the woke, but also for the waking.
Just in case you might forgot who the face to watch, I am the truth. You couldn't find more proof in a case of scotch. Real rap was tangled in some shit, bad to fake to rock. I can't embrace it, yes man. Nigga probably can't even erase a knock. It's special niggas know by no means when I crave your spot. I've done very well. The stakes is high on every plate I got. You be amazed to watch who down far could truly say a lot. I learned the game of Jenga, so I never played the block. Diamonds in the trap, let's see who ball out. Whoa, fucking street credit, max it all out. Whoa, dancing on the dead, these niggas tripping. Hey, bad and bougie hoes got niggas simping. Hey, as we define this era of rap, the remedy for this whole wicked industry is culture, man. Plus the coast is back up on the scene, so how we supposed to act? Niggas been on the roll and yet to break character. See, our morals just don't fold like that. Singular plural, can't sell my soul for yen and euro. Even if the rent whipping niggas more than Toro was way too thorough. Could've sworn I told you niggas I'm a round for the lumps and the bruises. I can't hold you niggas, I'm astounded a bunch. Do I need suicide watch to show you niggas that I'm down from the jump? Guess living on that edge ain't for you niggas. Well, I guess I just do not know you niggas. That's why the coast is few and better off than most you niggas.
First off, as a black man, I fell into the stereotype. Chose a pen, jail sentences, so y'all can read my rights. Big dog, me ran inside the booth and chose to stay for life. And rest assured, these bars is gonna sell where rappers pay the price. Before I copped Jordans, I went and bought a mic, ain't had a hype. To win that many chips, I chose to roll the dice. Hopped on the plane, united with the coast, our spirits so alike. That's an airline, I'm just connecting flights. We the mountain climbers, yeah. Tell all of the goats it's time to take a hike. Going against the coast, a bad idea like a broken light. Think about it, matter of fact, pray about it. Yeah, you should talk to Christ and get advice before you cross the coast and get sacrificed. I mean, all my brothers nice like we too polite, but quick to strike. Rappers with these pens like it's bowling night. I withdraw. This ain't gonna pop on money, he get overhyped. You can bank that. Everybody down like we provoke the heights. No hood niggas, out of control, but yet so precise with chopsticks with just one click. Could clean a bowl of rice in general. A lot of niggas talk, not the soldier type. They start beef that they won't eat, but use their appetite. Been grinding so long, it's an overbite. The journey of success you can't expedite. Before we made bread, hey Coast, y'all remember we had to share a slice that we talking to they TV like we poltergeist. I think it's crystal clear, our chemistry more potent than Walter White's. They gon' make a movie all about our lives like I can see it now. True story, from the lab to the motion lights. And the trailer gon' show you how we cooked it right.
It's a booby trap.
Grab your double cups and don't forget the Sprite. Matter of fact, that's not enough, they need a pipe. Think y'all sick as fuck? Well, these the type of flows that give electrolytes. We must revive the health of hot because it's compromised. Thank you, Superman. Can't save your own life, I hide in plain sight with the kryptonite. we kick off. Nigga, it's coast.
your thing. And I remember you floated me a birthday song for us to do just last year. I didn't forget that to do that one.
Okay, first of all, you shot down that idea. You said it was too much. You said it wasn't practical. And secondly, looking back at it, I kind of agree. I'm glad we didn't do it. I don't think it would have worked, like technically, like logistically.
Forget all that. Times are different, okay? I want you to find that song on your phone or wherever it is. I want you to go out there and I want you to make that customer feel special, okay?
It's got harmony parts in it too, so if I do it, I'm gonna need backup vocals.
Then get some. Who's out there?
EJ.
EJ, come in here.
Yo, what's up, boss?
EJ, can you sing?
No.
What do you do today? Okay, follow Franklin at table 6 and do what he says. Grab Ricky too. I know he sings at church. You got a whole band now. Go.
We got a birthday, so get the ice cream, cake, and the frosting. Don't be a party pooper feeling jaded and heartless. Just grab yourself a scoop and celebrate it regardless. Make the day for you, cause you the state of the art. No other way to impart is blame me lucky you're smart. And it doesn't matter if you come from outer space on a starship or you come out of hardship. Everybody applaud because the day was starting. The chorus bring the catharsis. Let's have a party, just for the kids and those can drink the Bacardi. No other way to describe it. Got a whole day to marinate in the vibe, so say the moment with a picture. You know we never will forget we wanna celebrate it with ya. Woo.
It's time to yap.
Get down.
It's time to yap. We're here for the people. It's time to yap. Look, okay. Yeah, I'm going through some stuff right now. All right. I'm a little grumpy. And I needed yesterday to plan some things out. Had Thanksgiving. I'm gonna tell this story tomorrow on the podcast with Icon to them, but I had to go to 3 Thanksgivings this past Thanksgiving. And while I was at Thanksgiving number 2, after I did all that work to make sure I ate frugal at the first spot, but I left a lasting impression. Got to that second spot, and I'm sitting there at the men's table, the big boy table, not sitting with the kids. And everybody's getting their plate brought to them, and I didn't get a plate brought to me. And I just felt some type of way about that. Like, what? What do you mean? You invite me to your Thanksgiving. I bring a bottle of the good stuff. I went out and played the annual football game. We won on your dad's side. The dad's side of the family beat the mom's side of the family. I brought him great pride. Great pride. We clean up, tidy up. Get it, even got had a little fun. A little fun. In the back of the vehicle. I'm thinking everything's great. We're good. And I don't get no plate. And it wasn't until her mom was like, "Oh, you not gonna serve that man?" That she was like, "Oh, okay." I'm like, just exposing herself. And this wasn't on me. This was on her. But I just feel like I should have been aware of this. How did I not see this? This is what happens when a girl's just too fine. You lose sight. You don't have vision. You lose sight of it. And that's what happened to me. I lost sight. Also, Delta changed up their plan. What's Delta doing? Thanks for being a medallion member. Your loyalty and passion for travel inspires us to keep raising the bar year after year. As we prepare for 2026, we previously shared the way you earn What? Yeah. Okay, so the reason why I couldn't get online is because I actually had the follow-up conversation with her, right? And the follow-up conversation was like, yo, I don't know, it just felt cold. It felt cold. Like, I was like you saw all of your I was like, I feel like, especially in like, at least in American culture, at least in American black culture, like, it's just, even if that's not your man, if that's the person you brought, it's just a kind gesture, right? It's just a kind gesture because the truth of the matter is, that's not my house, that's not my space. So me getting up and walking into another man's or woman's kitchen to feed myself without familiarity is just awkward. So it's not really doing it to be subservient to some man or something like that. No, it's a warm gesture. It's pretty universal. So like, the fact that her excuse was, well, like, I feel like that's girlfriend boyfriend stuff, and I didn't feel like that was my role. And I was just like, and this is the problem I'm facing right now, which is I am stuck between a rock and a bunch of idiot spots. Idiot spots everywhere. and it was mind-boggling. Like her mom was like, so you're not gonna serve that man? Like, and she was like, I guess. Like, and even her dad was looking at her like motherfucker, he just scored 2 touchdowns for us. We need him to come back next year. And it threw the vibe off immediately. So now, exactly, yeah. So immediately, now I'm awkwardly just eating this plate of food. Ugh. And now it's gonna be even more awkward because the plan was I set an alarm. We gotta get Yak back. Okay, we back. Okay, so it's awkward, right, Yak? It's super awkward. I'm eating. Like the game was on. The Bears were winning, so everyone was happy about the Bears. Thank God the Bears were winning, because if the Bears were losing simultaneously as this was happening, I would have had to make an emergency evac plan. But so I'm sitting there thinking like, okay, cool. Still got to do the exit strategy because I still have house number 3 to go to, and I'm thinking to myself like, okay, shit. I was gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna set an alarm for like 1 hour, and then I'm gonna just like be like, oh, I was on call. I told her I was on call anyway, so I came, and this, oh man, chef's kiss. I came dressed in my hospital attire because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna come see you after leaving the hospital, if that's cool. That way I could avoid having the same clothes on and smelling like someone else's food in house. I'm thinking, all right? It's a little crazy, but when women are being utterly disrespectful in their own house, they are super sleuths who can hear, see, smell, and think of any possibility of a man cheating. So when the alarm goes off, I pick up. I'm like, oh, yeah, right around the corner. I'm like, hey, I'm going to make a quick run to the hospital. Did you guys need anything? And that was going to be my way of coming back. And they're like, oh, no, just, be safe out there, have a good time. So then I was about to leave out. And I was like, hey, can we talk outside? And yeah, this is how I know, like, she wasn't the one. I was like, hey, can we talk outside? Because of course I was going to just be like, bye, give her some smooches and leave. But she over here thinking she about to get yelled at or get in trouble. And she's like, no, I'm fine. And literally her mom just threw her hands up in the air and said, this girl can't get nothing right. Her mom literally threw her hands in the air and just said out loud, this girl can't get nothing right. And I was like, all right, see you guys. Have a lovely Thanksgiving. And the dad was the saddest one of them all because he just knew he lost his only football son. No, he's in a house. I think he has all women. And like he's just excited to have a man to talk football with, and he A lonely tear. A lonely tear. The father was like, bye. I felt like he murmured the word son underneath his breath. Bye, son. uh, yeah, we had to let that go. We had to let that one go. So she called last night to kind of rectify the situation, but I kind of had to let her know this. I'm not used to this. This is ghetto. I don't like this. This is ghetto. Why are you afraid to show your feelings? Why are you afraid to let someone know that you care about them? It seems real ghetto. And you know, there was a part of me that was trying to figure out, like, did something happen? And I was just like, I just felt like you switched up 100. And you know what it is? You know what it is? And I feel bad for her. It's gotta be a surreal situation when you go from, oh, this is just a cute guy that I hooked up with, to, okay, now he's in my house at Thanksgiving. Okay, now all of my friends and family members are like drooling over him. My dad is giving him a hug in the backyard after he scored 2 touchdowns. And like for her, it was probably just a lot. Like it went from 0. I could have said handsome. I could have said handsome. I could have said handsome. I humbled myself, okay? I humbled myself. And I just, like, maybe, like, in her mind, she didn't expect it to be, like, in her mind, she probably expected me to be, like, some of the other dudes. Like, there was a few dudes there, because obviously it's an all-girls house. The other guys were just sitting there quietly. Shook hands, met him. Oh, how long you been dating her sister? Oh, 4 years. How long you been? Oh, 2 years. Oh, okay. So, like, for me, I was the new guy. No, it was absolutely too much too fast. And, like, even like the extracurricular activities, she seemed a little bit like apprehensive. I was like, "You good?" She was like, "Yeah." I felt like in the moment she felt like you know, like when you go back to your parents' house. When you go back to your parents' house, you kind of revert back to the kid that you were. Like, whenever I go back to my parents' house, I always feel like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have the music on so loud, or like when I'm walking around the kitchen, I'm always tiptoeing. It feels like, yeah, I kind of like it's, and like this would have been, yeah, she was overwhelmed. I think she was just overwhelmed, and there was then like it wasn't until I realized it after the extracurricular activities that I was like kind of pulled back and was a little more reserved, because I kind of go into, like, you can imagine, like, one, I'm the biggest motherfucker in the house. So like people just have questions. Then two, like all the kids immediately want to play with me or around me. I think they had like this, they had like 4 kids that were immediately like, do you have any games on your phone? And I have that RGB, I have that Game Boy thing with all the games on it, from all the eras. I came in knowing that this was probably going to happen. Some kid was going to ask to use my phone to play games, and I just gave it to them. And they literally, They literally fought over it, and I explained to them. I created some ground rules right then and there. I was like, sticks up, right? What sticks up? You play until you lose, and if you lose, you got to give the sticks up. And they're like, sticks up. I was like, yeah. You play till you lose. Who goes first? Who's the oldest? Me. Who's the youngest? Yeah. Fill in between. Youngest starts first. Oldest keeps everyone in track. And they all four of them just sat there in the circles taking turns. Showed them the old school N64 Mario Kart and put them on hard Street Fighter Alpha 3. Get wrecked, kid. Hey, hey, yeah. When you giving out quality pumps, you get invited. You get invited to Thanksgiving. You hear me? You hear me? Hey, hey. Uh. TLA Clinical Hub. Working. Huh? Oh, that's funny, but imagine how she felt about it. You know what? Yeah, valid ass point. Because when she invited me, I totally understand that I'm the creep here. I'm probably the creep here. Because it's been like 2 months, right? I've only known her like 2 months. We've only seen each other 6 months in the course of that 2 months. 6 times in the course of that 2 months. And very much so, she acts very innocently. She's like, "Oh, what are you doing for Thanksgiving?" I said, "Oh, I'm going to be at work." And she was like, "Oh." She was like, that's bad. That's bad." What? 6 times in 2 months? I mean, is that too much or too little? Is that too much or too little? Is Thanksgiving material? 6 times in 2 months. But maybe it's because the first time I hit. Yeah, you got to put on your Yankee cap for this one. You got to put on your Yankee cap for this one. You met me at a banquet dinner. You met me at a banquet dinner. You took me home that night. Didn't even have your number, so when I left, we literally had to contact each other's friends to get each other's contact information. Meet up again for drinks. She was like, "Oh, you don't drink?" I was like, "No." She was like, "Oh, okay. Well, we could just go back to my place and chill. No problem. Quite familiar with it." Boom, again. And really, it was like 5 times in 1 month, and then once in the second month, the latter month. It might be too little. I think so. It might not have been enough time. So very much so, so when she asked, I think it was very innocent, like it's like when people ask you how you're doing, and they expect you to say, "Oh, it was fine. Great, thank you. How was you? Great, thank you." But then every now and again you run into that situation where someone's like, "Yeah, I lost my cat, and my cat of 10 years, and I'm not handling it well." And I'm like, "Okay, I got 5 minutes." So if you want If you want to really dig into this, can we make a scheduled appointment? Type shit. She definitely wasn't banking on me accepting. She definitely wasn't banking on me accepting. No, what do you? Okay, but no, like I don't think. Wait, come on now. You should not. The bare minimum. The bare minimum is if you offer something, if you are offering something and you do not expect people to. That's like saying, "Hey, do you need some money?" I say yes, and you're like, "Well, I'm broke." And for her, I think that has to be like, for her, she needs to be a little bit because it didn't come out of nowhere. It was definitely a gesture. Okay, all right, here we go. This women's solidarity stuff is ruining our relationship, Yak. You're supposed to be on my side. There's no way there. Okay, and just be clear, if the roles were reversed, there's no way I'm inviting her to my Thanksgiving. Use your brain, bro. She definitely in the moment she asked me, I in the back of my mind I said, this is strange, you're inviting me to Thanksgiving. But then I also thought like, well, shit. Okay, and this is like a month prior to Thanksgiving. So I'm fresh from Japan. Right? Fresh from Japan basically. And I only saw her once that month. Yeah, like it was like while I was in Japan, so like we met a month prior to me going to Japan. We were saw each other literally 5 times in that 1 month. I then say, okay, I'm going to Japan, so I see her the week before I go to Japan, and then I'm gone for a month basically. I get back, and it's like, oh, I'm back. Hopefully, she checked on me. She was, um, and then I was just like, oh, okay, so do you have any plans for Thanksgiving? She was like, yeah, I'm doing stuff with my family. I was like, oh, okay, cool. She was like, oh, what are you doing? I was like, oh, I'll be working. She was like, you're going to be working the whole night? And I was like, yeah, I'm just getting back from Japan, so on and so on. She was like, you don't have anywhere you're going to go? I was like, I mean, I could make a trip to like the old folks area, which is where I normally do it. But they eat like at 2 p.m. and, they'll be in bed by 8 p.m. By the time I get off of work, it'll be too late. And she was just like, oh, okay. I was like, yeah. And then there was a pause. Asked her another question. Things went. And she was like, and then as I was getting ready to go, I was like, okay, I'm about to head out. She was like, hey, did you want to come to my place for Thanksgiving? And then in the back of my mind, immediately I was like, that seems early. But then also I was like, oh, she probably just misses me. And like, this is a great way for her to do it. Like, we're also adults. Like, I think she's 30 years old. So we're like adults. It's not like, it'd be... What's the beat? Hold on. Oh, no. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, I love this song. I feel like this is Crimson Dark Star. If you search this on YouTube, I got this song from YouTube. Oh, talking about the situation? Okay. Yeah, that too. Yeah, it was definitely like, I feel like she was like, in her mind, she was like, oh, I feel bad that he has no plans, and I don't want him to think he doesn't have options. Like, if he has no options, I'm okay with being an option. So if she did it, if she's doing it from a position of, I don't want him to feel like he doesn't have any options or feel alone, then me saying no rejects her kindness. So, like, I felt like in that moment, I was like, even in my mind, I was like, okay, this is too soon, but I immediately said, this is a gesture of kindness. And the thing about it is, when I said yes, there was no plan. I was like, I even called and asked her, I was like, hey, because I'm a respectable person, but I'm not gonna let shit slide. So, like, if you got a crazy uncle who be saying some off the wall shit, you need to put me on game now so I can at least be prepared, right? So I asked her that, and she was like, no, I think my family's pretty straightforward and to the point. I was like, okay. I was like, how many kids do you think are gonna be there? And she was like, why? And I was like, because I want to make sure that if I bring something, I want to make sure I bring something for them. This is their Thanksgiving as well. So she was like, oh, okay, but yeah, this is what the adults drink, this is what the kids drink. And that's why I knew to bring the game, right? So, I think in her mind, she saw me asking these questions like, oh, this is nothing. Then when I show up this bottle of champagne for the ladies and the drink, her dad's favorite drink, specifically the one bottle he doesn't own in the collection, which was the red label, he was like, oh shit. He was like, can we open this today? I was like, we can drink this all today. What's up? What's up? I got all night. No, he was truly sad. He was the quarterback, and he did okay, so he has 3 son-in-laws. He has 3 actual son-in-laws. One of them's wearing bifocals, can't see. One of them too big, can't move around, not limber enough. The other one, he's a semi-athlete. And we're going against the mom squad, and the mom has all brothers, so they're all uncles. And he's checked down, and then he looks at me and he says, okay, I guess I'll throw it to him. I go up in one-handed, pull it in, stiff-arm the uncle, stiff-arm the oldest brother of his wife to the dirt, and I'm in the end zone, and the crowd erupted. I was in scrubs. Hey, yo, what's up, Mr. Fabry? I was in scrubs. Stick them to dirt. So when we were cleaning up, washing up and stuff like that, oh, high five it. You know, an energetic dad who's just too excited. He's just giving multiple high fives. He was like, yeah, give me some. I was like, whoa. Whoa. And the worst part about it, you know what? And they don't even know I played football. Like, they know I played, obviously, high school or college. But she doesn't even know, my background like that. Nah, because, I gotta see what's happening with the daughter first. It was too creepy. It was just I just felt so. The mom was just if the mom could have, she would have paid me to take her daughter away. She was like, this girl can't get nothing right. I was like, not good. My spider senses were tingling. So I can take some accountability here, Yak, for sure. I am, if anything, a louse a frail, a cunning, manipulative, handsome young man. But in life, I will always try my best to do right by people who do right by me. And if you invited me to Thanksgiving, I'm going to make sure you are held in high regards at that dinner for inviting me. Everything else, that's just extra. I need some water. Uno momento. Yeah, you're in charge. You know, and that's a great point. Pace. Pace is so important because girl number one right now stands out in my mind for two reasons. One, and it's so crazy how I attract certain women, and there's predominantly two women that I love that I attract. One is the no nonsense. She tells it how it is, and she forces me to speak to her directly, right? When I like a girl or a girl knows, like she just knows me, I can't really talk circles around her. Like I can be very charismatic. I can be very charming. And these women do not find me charming. They do appreciate it, but they don't find me charming. They appreciate the realest version of me. In fact, the version of me that they find most right is the one that just gets shit done. So like working me, creative me, like adventurous outside me, that is their favorite version of me. And like she was just telling me, I was at the dinner table with her, and it was like an intimate thing. So it was like her immediate family, they know me, and then some few people. And I was just sitting with her in the corner, and we were just talking amongst each other. And she leans over and says, I don't think I've ever seen you so relaxed. And I was like, I don't have many safe spaces. And she was like, she made a comment. She was like, so, cause she's very much aware of my other relationships I'm dating, so she's fine. And she was like, so those other girls don't make you feel safe. And I was like, I'm used to being the person that brings safety to a situation. But like that's always going to be in the physical capacity. I think a lot of men lack safe emotional places. Like a place where they can be vulnerable and not be attacked, but be questioned about that vulnerability, right? And just hold it there. Like she was one of the first people that made it clear to me, like, she was like, you can call me. Don't call me to say you want to talk. Just so you can eat in silence. Just say you don't want to eat alone. And I'll be on the phone with you. But when you tell me you want to talk, I assume that you have something to say. So I come prepared and ready to listen. So like I remove all distractions. But if I could have still been folding my laundry, I would have been doing that. I was like, oh shit. She was like, yeah, I don't need you thinking for me. Just tell me what you want to do. And then I'll decide if I want to do that with you. And 9 times out of 10, I will. Fair enough. Fair enough. She's always been like, she was the one that like when I was a dickhead, she got away from me, like NFL me that didn't know right from wrong, just did whatever I wanted. Well, okay, and for sure with this one, I deserve everything I get. And like at the end of the day, if I don't get her, and like everyone that experiences the one that got away, and if like, and I feel you have to experience that so you can value. So like that's the first value proposition, right? So that was the first one that got away. So the fact that she's even entertaining me, and that's like one of the things in itself there too, right? Like acknowledging, like yeah, but I'm not that person anymore. And she says the fact that like I remember when we first started talking back, she was like, yeah, you keep telling me you're not that person, but it's not me that's going to confirm or deny that. It's you. You're the one that brings it up. You're the one that talks about it. You're the one that says how much you've changed and grown. And she was like, my confirmation is my presence. If I'm here, it's because I see that change. I see that growth. You don't have to. I'm very big on the whole verbal acknowledgement. It's like I need the verbal acknowledgement, the words of appreciation. I need that validation from my partner. It makes me strong. But she was like, I don't feel the need to validate something that I'm doing otherwise. And I was like, okay. She is very cool. There are at least 7 aspects of my personality and lifestyle that she has directly influenced. She is direct. The qualities in me that a lot of people find to be appreciable and approachable are due to my interactions with her. But then number 3 is also like really great. And I think number 3 is me but better looking. She's just me better looking. Tall, smart, Nigerian, no culture clash. She's a Muslim background. She knows Allah is the way. Alhamdulillah. Allah's the way. I said that in a store the other day. Everybody just turned their head around like, what the fuck? I said that with my niece. She was like, don't do that. Don't do that. I was like, what? Aren't you Muslim? It's just like, yes. But yeah, she was like, "Oh, I want to see you." I was like, "All right, cool, yeah, I'll make some plans." And she was like, "I already made plans. I just need you to be here." And I was like, Since when did you start making plans for me?" And she was like, "I always make plans for us." And I was like, and I was sitting there thinking, and I was like, yeah, she does. And she was like, sometimes when I see you like thinking about things you want to do, it's very much so like purposefully trying to balance it out. And she was like, I realize that you will do mostly anything as long as you're not doing it alone. But the only things you won't do are things that like you've already experienced and can definitively say you don't like. But you've done enough things that you do like that I do want to either do or haven't done. I was like what? It's just like, you just got back from Japan, right? Inshallah. Until Mondani takes over. We're claiming it. We're claiming it. We're claiming it. So she was like, "Oh, how did you like the bathhouses?" And I started to say like, I thought the bathhouses were cool, but there is a underlining thing, and I'm talking about this currently in the script. There's this underlining, this underlining. I don't think phobia is the right word, but there's a discrimination. There's this underlining discrimination that comes from this unique liberty, right? Because I don't have any tattoos. I don't have any tattoos or piercings or anything, right? I don't drink, I don't smoke. I'm the most straight edge conservative ass liberal dude you'll ever meet. And it's one of the weirder things for people, because there was multiple times when I was going to the bathhouse where they were like, "Oh, no tattoos." And I was like, "Cool, I don't have any tattoos." And they're like, "No piercings." And I was like, "I don't have any piercings either." And in their mind, it couldn't register. They were like, "Oh shit, my discrimination is not working on him." It's not working on him. And it wasn't, and it was like, and there was also a part of me that felt like, does it really matter? Because when I went in, it wasn't a problem. It was more so like they were just trained. Like, just trained to like try and stop a certain demographic. But then the thing that I absolutely then became painfully clear to me is like, how would this work for, I think one of the rules is you have to be completely naked, right? The most you can do is like have something to keep your hair up or keep soap out of your eyes. And I was okay with that. So then I was like, how would this work for like a transgender person? How would this work for like somebody who somebody I don't know, I don't like, there's no easy identifiable way for like somebody if you're gay or something. And I was just like, this call for blanket uncensorship is also a way of keeping certain people away from enjoying, because that means like certain people just wouldn't be able to enjoy this. Of the urban stuff, by the way, yeah, for sure, for sure. So like in my mind, I was like, so that means like in the all of Japan, like there are places that accommodate tattoos in their onsens, but like there was just like, there was a part of me that was like, okay, let me look in Japan for bathhouses that are open, like men and women share the same space. And really, I couldn't find anything that was delineated as such, except for things that were like designed for extracurricular activities, right? And I thought that was kind of shocking because I did the opposite here, and at some of the more refined bathhouses in America, they're open. So men and women sit amongst themselves. They have an open shared area. And that open shared area allows for transgender, gay, whatever is happening with you there. And I thought that was like interesting. Like, man, because people really like to hold the nuts of Japan being this utopia, but really it's just your cage. It's the place you feel the most comfortable. A bird who has clipped wings doesn't need to fly. Doesn't care for an open or closed cage. If anything, a bird that can't fly prefers a cage because they know they can't get away from prey or their own ideology. So I really had fun with that idea. But I definitely need to flesh the idea out more. The most straight edge conservative guy. Well, except for one tiny little thing. What is my vice? What is my vice? It's women. I already know. But I love you guys. You guys are awesome. You're right, it's not a vice, it's a blessing. Oh. Oh, is it because I'm Muslim? White conservative men really wish they just wish they invented Sharia law. And really, the Mormons are the version of Sharia law, but they do it weird, right? They do it weird. They all wear blue jeans, dresses, like really long handmaids dresses. They just make it weird. At least with Muslim, like with the burqas. Hey, the burqas. Mormons are basically Sharia law, but without seasoning. That's it. Mr. Friend, thank you. I appreciate the support. Unmelanated Sharia law. Because they do it all. Multiple wives. They got the multiple wives. They have their own like in community. Last names run forever. Everything is like passed down. They're ultra conservative. They're ultra religious. Like I've said this often. We are literally. because every time I'm on the train, I walk past the Amish. And I'm like, what is the version of this that I compare to the outside world? And every time I try and think about it, like, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like the people out in the village when I was in Africa. Bro, they got their own planet. I couldn't even imagine. But I fucks with it. I fucks with it. Utah is literally Sharia state, and I just want people to acknowledge, like, Muslims aren't any different than any other religion. Like, as a person who's served in a Catholic household, Christian boarding school, born and raised Muslim, who gave all that up, went with my grandfather to learn about Buddhism. Like, there's just so much parallel and crossover, but it's just motherfuckers don't want to agree to disagree. And I've been to Utah to observe. And literally, I literally watched the way they foul in rank and file. How when the man's walking forward, the woman stays to his back, and it's always on the left side so he can pull his right. I was like, that's it. There's literally, because in when I was in where was I? Was it Lebanon? Yeah, Lebanon. The lady, there's a tag that's on the back of the husband that the lady holds on to, because like the man will usually be doing something and the women can't show their hands, and there's always a little girl carrying the supplies. Like, so basically you hire a girl or a little boy to carry all of the stuff you've bought, because the woman can't show her hands, but there's a tag that goes underneath that's basically holding. And in reality, for us, this sounds weird, but the quality of it is really the lady is walking her man. She tells him where to go and creates a path for him, because women can't do that on their own. So like this is very much so. Oh, hey, what's up, Icon? Hey, oh, Icon, I was just about to text you. Icon, my topic for tomorrow is going to be the recap of my Thanksgiving massacre. the Thanksgiving massacre number 2. She went bad. Yeah, but yeah, Mormons, I need to there it's just fascinating to me, like, how we can't get this in. Oh yeah, Shake's gonna we'll see. We'll see if Shake is as merciful as you are, Yag. I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm waiting on the stock market to have a pullback. What's going on? Point 117, point 100. That's off. That's point $1,000 is 0.17. I'm on PTO, but I'm going to a meeting to shit on the manager. Hey, don't get fired on your day off, man. You feel me? Don't get fired on your day off. You hear me? Appeal to his humanity? Good luck. There's 2 people on this channel. There's 2 people on this show. One of them hates poor people, the other one hates dumb people. I'm not going to tell you which one they are, but I can tell you one of them is not me. Oh yeah. Therapy. Nah, I actually think therapy's gonna go with me. I'm almost sure therapy will go with me. I mean, all the girls are barely ganging up on me. You were this close to supporting me. If it wasn't because I was a great storyteller, you would be this close to just accepting it. Beishi Fasha. Hey, with the power of Allah, you can do anything. Through the power of Allah, you can do anything. Anything I tell you. Oh my. Of course. Okay, so I did this interview for this cat yesterday. Time to write his review. I found him to be quite approachable, but I felt like he wasn't really prepared to have. He wasn't prepared to like. He was. You know what it is? He was long-winded because he's thorough, and being long-winded because you're thorough isn't shouldn't be a deformation of him, right? So like that's where I'm going. I bet. But knows his stuff. I found him to be quite approachable, and my demeanor in these meetings is very mono. Like, so what do you think? Because I don't want to impose my personality on that person. I want them to talk. Don't believe they had a background in data science though. But they do have a background in math. Yeah, they know DBT, Daxter, Airflow, Git, Terraform, GPC projects, Tableau, Docker, database, Snowflake, AWS Redshift, Google BigQuery, MySQL, and Postgres. PostgreSQL. Back on topic of people not understanding Muslims, that's part of why I joke like that despite not being particularly religious. Inshallah is something I say unironically. You know, and the thing about it, like I was saying this, the thing that I was kind of saying like about this, like one of the reasons why like religion has fallen off of a cliff for millennials and new generation is because it doesn't translate to their daily to the daily findings. And that experiment with the lady who called the churches and when she called the mosque, and every last one of them, even if they couldn't directly give her what she was looking for, they told her, come to our place. We'll call someone to come help you. And it's what I found out after doing a little bit more digging is even at my mosque, the NIA Association here in Chicago, I found out that the building that they own, they were still paying the taxes on it because they actually do rent a little small room in the basement to people who are like homeless and will knock on the door. And literally because it's still a domicile dwelling for somebody, they have to pay taxes on that. So like, it's one of those things where like, if you truly know where the money is going, I don't see it as a problem to support religious foundations. But I think the thing that really drove them right is because in their halls, there's a clear 2 generations missing. And what's happening is you have these little kids and then these super old adults. And it's like, if you don't teach these kids why they should keep up with this, if you don't give them a reason outside of God said so, that's going to be the end of it. And then the question then becomes, that's what hurts the community further. A religion that is not in the service of a community is not a religion that's going to thrive. The community has to see the value of that religion. The message is mute if it doesn't serve anybody. And I often said this all the time. You don't speak, like, literally only 10 people probably understand Arabic. I can hear it. Our second language is Yoruba. Our third language is English. That's been flipped on its head completely. Most Gen Z people speak English. 1/3 of them probably hear Yoruba. And absolutely none of them understand Arabic. Seeing as how that's the religious text and it's never been transformed, how do you translate that to kids who can't? It's more valuable for a kid to learn Spanish than their parents' native tongue in today's world. So, like, I'm very much so, like, attentive to the hurdles it takes for people to be Muslim in this country. Muslims aren't fair weather religious people. They have to understand a language. For sure. Icon, give Yag a gifted sub. Put my salary towards that. Icon, use my salary from being on your show to pay for Yag's gifted subs. Thanks. No, the merch does pretty well. But I haven't updated it in a while. Man, I need to think of New Year resolutions for next year's streams. Because I accomplished all of the goals we set out for 2025, right? Wanted to become a partner on YouTube. Wanted to get the extra break 10,000. Break 10,000. Wanted to get 3 sponsors. The booth was going to be hard. The booth is going to be hard to do for me because the comic book has now become a little bit more of a priority. The booth is going to be hard for me. And I think the thing that I have to just become comfortable with is that I am, even me as myself, I am not a monolith of my ideas. I am a monolith of my ideas. Me being on the Identity Booth versus being on Coding with Strangers, I'm the same person who has the same mindset. I am a lot more forgiving, except for the dude this morning. I was kind of mean to the dude this morning. On this channel, I'm a lot more forgiving, but I still hold the same ideologies. And I think the thing that I say about like this is not a political channel comes from not wanting to distract from the niche. But sort of like how our beautiful baby boy Hassan says, our beautiful big head baby boy, our beautiful little head baby boy, Hassan says, he that's why he didn't create a gaming channel, right? He says he played games on his channel because when those people come to his channel and see that, his goal is to then insert XYZ proposition. Right? So I'm very much so thinking about it. But I feel like my money talk is more from an educational standpoint. And it mostly revolves around tech. Like the tech, like, because you cover tech news for 6 months. You're gonna see trends literally in the news that are going to let you know, like, oh, last time this happened, so and so happened. There's a stock play to put, and no cap. on my second monitor over there, I have the stock numbers playing out right now. So like, tech is hella political now. And yeah, you're absolutely right. So it's like one of those things where it's like, maybe there needs to be in a reevaluation, because like, the thing that's crazy about the coding with strangers versus the identity booth, which I find to be fascinating, truly fascinating. And this might just be because I have done significantly more work with coding with strangers. I mean, with the identity booth. Coding with strangers blew up faster, but the identity booth has far more green weather content, right? The identity booth to this day averages 1,000 views. 1,000 views, what is this? A month. Meanwhile, coding with strangers, and I'm going to use the 2 weeks in Japan as an example. If I don't stream coding with strangers, and if I'm not streaming, I'm not uploading videos, which is, I think, is the key thing here, only gets 20 views a day, which would 20 views a day, which would probably ring out to 20 times 30, 600 some odd views. So a little over half of what the identity booth does with no interactions. The last video I uploaded on the identity booth was 126 days ago in 5 hours, and it was ICE coming for African Americans as well. So this was like back when ICE was still going. Second one was 130 days ago. I was talking about food critics, and then 132 days later, the value of a black man versus the money that a black man brings, right? But some of the earliest comments are coming from like police related videos, like videos where I break down interactions with police and citizens. Those videos get thousands like of comments still. So, and I don't think it would take me much to get this channel updated, like it gets 1,000 of views. So in 365 days, I would just need to get 3,000 hours. So I'm already at 500 hours in the month. It is a meme for a reason. You're right. So like, it's one of those things, but like, that's the part where I think like I owed it to myself, and something I know for a fact is, while I was at Twitch, not as TwitchCon, but while I was at these conventions, while I was at these works, and when I spoke to Ubisoft, two things happened that I didn't expect to happen. Was one, the comic book came up. The comic book came up more than I was kind of ashamed of how much it came up and how unprepared I was to talk about it. And the amount of people that literally told me, like, because in the comic book there's politics. There's a scene in the comic book where they debate the legalization of drugs before it became legal in a state. And that's the weird thing about it, because I foreshadowed all the things that would happen and how the government would fuck it up. She was like, of course, Zemi was like, of course, if you just make every drug legal tomorrow and have no safeguards for actually rehabilitating and giving people an option to do better, then you will just see your society spiral. But if you truly are going to do this, don't do this before making the rules that they have to follow on the path of recovery. A government shouldn't be able to dictate how people live. A government should be able to dictate that they can live better than what they currently have if they want. You'd also be leading by example, right? We need to make people understand that politics is something to be at least a little bit literate on. Especially in the techies political. No, you're right. And that's always been the Odin's to me wanting to do politics, because there's far too many people. I think I heard a story recently and it saddened me. Like, I gave this stat to a friend of mine. It's like 80 to like 85% of people who live in conservative households, women, will always vote the way that the head of their household will vote. And in large part it was due to prior to the 1970s, when women got the ability to vote. There were still laws on the book that said when a woman's voting, the man can oversee who she's voting for. And it stems from that, because the last thing you want to do is vote against your husband's will and then get your ass beat at home. So like that behavior stems from that, right? So like when somebody is at a group function with me and they're like, we're talking, we're chatting it up, everything's going, and then the question comes up like, oh, so who did you vote for? And they're like, oh, I voted for Trump. And it's like, but you're a liberal. And they're like, yeah, but this is what I live with my dad. So that means they're pretending, and that's literally just the excuse. So like, it's one of those things where I know it could give people this opportunity to speak a little bit more freely. But this is also the thing, right? I've never shied away from it. But I do feel like it deserves more than just a blurb or a hiccup conversation. I feel like I have way too much in-depth conversations about things to just give it just a blurb. Hashtag not a political channel though. Pesci, for sure. gave in-depth responses to my questions. He is part of a team that got laid off. As I feel like getting laid off as a senior engineer says something about you that I probably don't understand. Are we covering the midterms this year? Do you think the Democrats have enough ammo to win? How many house we need 11 seats in the House, and we need 7 in the Senate. I don't think they can realistically win that much, and I don't think they've done enough. I would be Beshi Fasha Tin Fata Usumatida. I would be fascinated to just hear the excuses. You know what we should do? We should invite people to come talk to the people on there. Hey man, how you doing? You're running for whatever Senate. Just lie and say, yeah, we're a small business in your district. You want to come talk to us? And just ask some questions. Listen. You know what? Yeah, we might have a video here. We might have a video here where we call every contested seat in the Senate and House. It's not illegal to lie. Our president does it every day. I'm just following his example. And whether they like it or not, they might be representing their state, but they represent all of us in Congress. So I'm not lying from that perspective. And I'm just gonna call up and be like, hey, just got a few questions for you. Yeah, you mind answering, and just see how many people we can get. Just see. We'll make it real professional. I'll put on a tie. Oh, you know, if I put on a fucking tie, it's over. They're gonna believe me. Black constituent. I am Republican and Democrats. Get them both. And just ask the tough questions. Just, hey, quick question. You know, back in 2018 when you guys had the Epstein file? Why didn't y'all release it back then? And literally just make the video revolving around transparency. Like, how many of them would be prepared for it? Now, I feel like that is a worthy cause of doing it on the identity booth. We're going to make a list. Let me put it on my task list, literally. Add. Make list for video idea on, what's the word? On midterms. But that's the thing. I feel like, okay, so let's take my consideration into that. But if I could imagine if I could get Fetterman on here, and my goal wouldn't be to desigrate him or make him seem like a douchebag. That wouldn't be my goal. My goal would be to understand how much money did it cost to get you like this? And like understand why it's so addictive. Because I'll never have the power that these people have. Maybe there might be a political future for me in the long run, right? Like run something local, like being local something, right? Local government. And maybe bump up to a state. But I wouldn't see myself on the federal level. But even the most like I want to know what the strategy is. What the strategy is. Like, what's the game plan, man? Was it worth it? I think it would be more of a personal request because I would just want to be able to like hear it unfiltered because I would be small enough of a person that the reach wouldn't matter, but I also probably would have come off as I would appeal to him in the sense of who he is and the person he is. But the moment I can get under that first defensive layer, even if I was allowed to, like I know my level of skill in this arena to be combative, but it takes a specific skill to be agreeable, right? In an interview, when you think about an interview, it's easy to interview somebody you like. How do you interview people you don't like and get them to actually respond in kind? Who do you think is probably who's because like we're A rank listers, great. I'm looking for a high C lister, a high C lister to get myself on the 4 o'clock news in the middle of someone else's like treaty. But yeah, we might make a oh. But he literally is going to just say he doesn't know. That's his answer to everything. I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that. I wasn't aware of it. This man wakes up in a house with no Wi-Fi and no internet connection. Really just want him to experience getting called. Oh my goodness, to his face. Hey, Michael Penis. Thanks. Hey, Michael Penis. Thanks for joining us. It's Mike Johnson. Same difference. Anyway, why come you don't do shit about Trump? And maybe for the last 3 seconds, we'll let you have a hot mic, and we'll ghost your voice in. We'll ghost your voice in low themes, in a low vibration theme, and it'll just be going in and out of his microphone. He's like, "Excuse me," I'm like, "What? He says, "Feel like I heard my name, but it didn't sound right." Oh, probably feedback on the mic. Anyway, thanks for having you, Mike Penis. Yeah, thanks for being here. No, we can make it. We can make it work. We can make it shake. My penis. Or another idea is we actually call up constituents. We because I think on YouTube you can specify regions, and we just do a live stream in an area and just say looking for callers to call in. Oh, we would need heavy Discord support here. Looking for callers to call in to voice their opinions about what they want their constituent, what they want their representative to do in the midterms, and then produce that, send it to them prior to, say, hey, this we live broadcast a percentage. This is what we got. This is the things that are facing. These are material issues facing your constituents directly. Just wanted to get your response on that. I will say, I don't know what that Channel 5 guy did. He did something that made me say I knew he was kind of weird. Ooh, Ubisoft sent me an email. Is it a check? Nope, it's not a check, but it is an invite. Of a child or an adult? Adult? Yeah. Bro, it's my dream to produce a call-in show. I want the whole Sam Cedar shebang. I'm a freak. I love putting things together. I don't want the spotlight. Yag, is there? I know there's a specific type of thing I would need to be in order to do that in Discord. I'm pretty sure I would have to upgrade my Discord server account to do that. Or would Discord even be the? I don't know. You can do it on Discord. get like a spoof number for them to call in, or I can get like a, or I can probably get like a Google number. A Google number. Yeah, because then it could run through the mic. We could run it through the audio line. I'll just attach it. No, I'm pretty sure. And as like I'll attach it to Coding with Strangers or something like that. What up, Yaxon? Do a call-in show? But we can all agree, we know. Yeah, I'm not on mute today. I know. Hey, clap it up. You're a perceptive one. You're a perceptive one. You're the best. You're the best, Jackson. I'm sure there's like a software. Yeah, there's a part of me that feels like we know what the end result of that is, though, right? We know what the end result, and I think that dude, Kobe Dean, he experienced it live on stream, and literally, like, I felt like that should have been the end of his career, and he should just be like, okay, I need to pivot, because now everybody who just wants to win with him will just say the most deplorable thing. Oh, PDFs are. What's wrong with being a PDF? That was literally what someone said to him on the phone, and he was like, how do you read? That's not a debate. So, like, it's not a debate. I don't want to have debates with people, because debates, and if especially not of debates of reason. You know, I could do the thing where yeah, I think the thing that I would be looking to do is to give people the opportunity, whether I agree or disagree with them, the ability to articulate themselves, and then just ask a single follow-up question. Right? Oh, I think everybody I think everyone deserves health care. You think everyone deserves health care? Yeah. No, I totally hear that. Do you have any like tangible idea of how you would get that implemented in our Congress today? Because I like the answer to that question is you would have to be comfortable with primarying 60% of the Democratic Party. Maybe even 70. So like, do you think your goal needs to change? I'm saying your idea is cool, but your method of approach is bad. Yeah, you feel me? Like, I very much so just want to educate people through questions. You a gaming channel? Maybe like out of 100%, maybe like 15% of the time, I'm a gaming channel. We used to be playing games like early in the year. We're towards the end of the year now. We don't have time for video games. I've literally been paid to go to Japan. I am only 32% completed Assassin's Creed Shadow. It's going to be crazy if I finish that video before I finish the game. But I do want to be confrontational about it. I want to hear people's concerns, nonpartisan. You know who's a good... Yeah, you're right. I gotta ponder on this. Because you're right, yeah. Like maybe the whole idea should be just to talk to people. Turn the identity booth into because it's really literally an identity booth. It's a place where conversations take place. It's kind of strange that we don't do that on that channel. Maybe that is the identity change we need. And I think the irony of this is, a few days ago I saw like the website. I own the website names for Coding with Strangers in the identity booth, and it told me like, oh, do you want to maintain this? The fee's coming up soon. Hey, yeah, what's on your mind? This is the identity booth. I try to identify with you as you try to identify with me. How can I help you? Yeah, man, and it literally could be like, yeah, man, my wife is calling me a fucking pig because I want her to cook every day for me. And I'm like, hey, man, it's not a bad Chris. Have you explained to her that's your love language? Excuse me? Your love language is acts of service. You enjoy when people do things for you. Have you explained that to her? Well, no. Oh, okay. Have you asked her what her love language is? No. What do you think she enjoys? And when I say this, think about all the times she's yelled at you to do something for her. What have they been? Well, one time she asked me for flowers. Okay, so gift giving. She wants to feel appreciated through material means. And I'm here to tell you, sir, if you have a Target in your neighborhood, they get fresh flowers from the more expensive place weekly. And if you buy 3 in 1 week, the 4th one is always free. So 3 times a week. So what you can do, or you should do, is, or if you buy 3, you get the 4th one free. So you can buy 1 flower a week, have it delivered to your job, so you pick it up at the work, and then you don't have to go to Target and just go straight home with it, hand it over. You're a king. Clap it. I saved your marriage. Divorce is more expensive. Go to therapy. Oh wait, shit. No, I don't want to be part of this call. All right, hold on a second.
Bunch of bad frequencies, you know you need to be gone. It's peace to my dogs, I shine bright right through the fog. My word is the law, now go and dump the guts from the guard. I fix my flaws with the world in my palm, but one wrong move and I can destroy it all. The rise and the fall, destruction, the calm, the spring and the fall. Different smoke for different folks, different bitches, different strokes. That's just how it goes. I used to ride the dollar cabs, hoping that these dollars pan. Walking down Jamaica Ave, demons aiming at my back. Shorter days, longer nights, trying to figure out my life. I ain't been the same since my grandma died. All the pain through the years ain't prepared me for them tears. Cloudy skies made it clear I left my city, disappeared. I have to persevere, just lend me your ears. I trade confidence to those with insecurities and fears. Lessons from the sage, you can see it in my age. Moving like Kakashi with the mask up on my face. Another page to my manifesto. Wake up, this ain't espresso. While I'm on this earth, I'm dripping out this vessel. Quality of my cipher like a diamond crusted bezel. Wrestle these instrumentals, they tremble in front of devil. Life is beautiful, the way I murder musicals. Dusty vinyl funerals with marijuana residue. Trials and tribulations inside of this simulation. It's simple mathematics, the way I'm breaking down this matrix. I see it from this apex, you see my transformation. This ape is raging, Super Saiyan, they couldn't keep me caged in. The Akatsuki want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to take my life from me. The kid with the golden arms, still focused, holding strong. My word is born, out here making movies like the brother Shaw. Sipping sake calm, baby, we could get along. A villain in these songs, I pet the pussy, Dr. Claw. Keep it raw, real and authentic. Manipulating life, this shit is alchemic.
No, I'm not that cool. Sorry. I appreciate you though. I appreciate you. I have a dilemma. What do you need C++ for? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to build? I'm trying to learn reverse engineering. Narahado. Okay, so, and I'm assuming the language is in C++. Huh. Okay, so then next question, what are you trying to accomplish? Like, not so much reverse engineering, but what is the act that you're trying to do? Because for you to be doing something of this caliber, like assembly, you want to maximize, so it must be like speed, or like, are you trying to do something with options or trading, Bitcoin? What's your vice? What's your dopamine choice of subjugation, brother? Hmm. I need to get on the train tomorrow. I want to learn how anti-cheats work on games. Ooh, anti-cheats. Yeah, that's way out of the frame of my comprehension. But I would say, like, yeah, like anti-cheats. I couldn't, yeah. Man, I don't know. Because, like, to be honest, I don't think I've ever heard of anyone, like, working on that specifically. But I feel like veteran game makers on Twitch might have a better course of direction. Like, or maybe even, like, a good place for this is, like going to, maybe trying a Discord for, like, HackerOne or something like that, where they are people who bug hunt, like bug hunts. Because really what you're trying to do is find people who are good at finding bugs and then, like, understanding, like, the reverse engineering of that. So that might be a good start, but that's a unique issue. Mm-hmm. Got it. Beshi. Sure. Mm-hmm. Who did I just send that to? Titles? Fuck. shit. I'm needed.
not here, so he's dead.
Ricey K, the Raisin Man.
All right, we're done. We're done. Night, Yak. PTO days. Let me see. So January 1st through the 5th. And February 13th. This year Valentine's Day is on a Saturday. Hmm. Hmm. AVGO with the drop off. Is this the breakout I was looking for? It was 339. That's $50 differential. That's within 1 month. What's the lowest it's hit in 5 days? $373. Yeah, we gotta see. Let's see if it bounces off of this 380. Doesn't look like it's going to. It broke 380. My dad is sharing AI slot with me. He's showing me a video of Barack Obama going to Hajj. Geek. All right, let's talk money.
who knocks out everybody and no one can whoop him. That's when that little Cassius Clay from Louisville, Kentucky came up and stopped Sonny Liston, the man who annihilated Floyd Patterson twice. He was going to kill me. But he hit harder than George. His reach was longer than George. He was a better boxer than George. And I'm better now than I was when you saw that 22-year-old undeveloped kid running from Sonny Liston. I'm experienced now, professional. Jaws been broke, been knocked down a couple times. Bad. Been chopping trees. I done something new for this fight. I done wrestled with an alligator. That's right. I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail. That's bad. Only last week, I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick.
Man, dude.
Bad. Fast. Last night I cut the light off in my bedroom, hit the switch, was in the bed before the room was dark.
Incredible.
Fast.
Incredible.
And you, George Foreman, all of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
Cags on the beat. Cags on the beat. Hi.
get into it, I need all the ladies to take a stretch. Get a stretch in.